Winter. Woodward. Zinzinger. Bridges. Janal. Marble.
Williams is having problems connecting.
I think the JVC members are meeting. Is there anybody else?
See, not JDC. So
Is it better sign? Progress?
I don't see.
Hey, Chris.
Williams.
Present. Can you hear me, Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, Senator Williams, we can hear you. Thank you.
You.
Crowder's having a cigarette. JVC members are meeting until they don't know excuse them, I guess.
He's still with you from the other side.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Committee reports.
June 10th, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1017 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 10th, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1053 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 10th, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1065 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 10, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1085 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1403 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. June 10, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1407 be referred to Committee to hold favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 10, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1409 be referred to Committee to hold a favorable recommendation. June 10, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1410 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1411 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1412 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1213 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1414 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1312 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1417 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1416 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1200 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1413 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1415 be amended as follows. As so amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1418 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1408 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. June 10, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. Senate Bill 223 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
House has passed on third reading and transmitted revised statutes. House concurrent resolution 1001, minutes per House Journal, June 9th, 2020. House has passed on third reading and transmitted revised statutes. House Bill 1197, minutes per House Journal, February 19th, 2020. House Bill 1113, minutes per House Journal, June 9th, 2020. House Bill 1332, minutes per House Journal, June 9th, 2020. House has passed on third reading and transmitted revised statutes. Senate Bill 163, minutes per House Journal, June 9th, 2020. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted revised statutes. Senate Bill 41, minutes per House Journal, June 5th, 2020. And amended at 1/3 reading is printed in the House Journal, June 10th, 2020.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Concurrent Resolution 1001, House Bill 1113, 1197, 1332 without comment as amended, Senate Bill 41 and 163.
Special order, second reading of bills. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you should have a calendar. It's front and back of special order second reading of bills that we are going to be pulling up. We will likely be going to Appropriations Committee after we finish this calendar. Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 95, Senate Bill 222, House Bill 1017, House Bills 1053, 1065, 1407, 1409, 1414, 1312, 1417, Senate Bill 223, and House Bill 1265 on special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 2:43 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bill 095, Senate Bill 222, House Bill 1017, House Bill 1053, House Bill 1065, House Bill 1407, House Bill 1409, House Bill 1414, House Bill 1312, House Bill 1417, Senate Bill 223, and House Bill 1265 on special orders at the hour of 1443. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills listed on the special orders calendar at the hour of 1443. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to allow for the distribution of the special orders calendar. The Senate will come back to order. Special order, second reading of bills. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Foote will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the code rule is relaxed. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 95?
Senate Bill 95 by Senators Holborn, Garcia, and Representatives Bockenfeld and Coleman concerning providing information concerning concurrent enrollment to parents of middle school students.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate Bill 95 and the Appropriations Committee report and Education Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee. The Education Committee report. To the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was months ago when the Appropriation Committee, or excuse me, the Education Committee met to hear Senate Bill 95, and I believe that the Education Committee included BOCES and clarified local education provider, and also that the School for the Deaf and the Blind could participate in this outstanding program. And I'm so grateful for the Education Committee for doing that so long ago, and ask for an aye vote on the Education Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee made it appropriately clear that no money will be appropriated to this in this year because we don't have that, but it would give the authority to the community college system to have the authority to tell parents about concurrent enrollment. Parents of middle schoolers ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 95 has been on my want list, my dream list, my intend to run someday list, and I thought this was the right year. Grateful to have President Garcia on the bill with me as a prime sponsor. As a parent of two boys, I know how beneficial concurrent enrollment could be to a family, especially families of low to moderate income who might be struggling to pay for college. Concurrent enrollment is a hugely successful program, and one of the things that I've learned about it, having previously served on the Education Committee, is we tend to start telling students and their parents about concurrent enrollment when the student gets to high school. This bill would give authority to the community college system, led by the former Lieutenant Governor Joe Garcia, to be able to reach out and communicate to parents of middle school students, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, to tell them about concurrent enrollment so that they can start working with their sons or daughters. So when they get to high school, that first day, they might be enrolled in concurrent enrollment. For some students, not all, but for some students, concurrent enrollment allows them to graduate high school with an associate's degree, and if the school board decides to participate in such a way, most, maybe even all, of the cost of that associate's degree is paid for by the school district. Parents hear about this in Douglas County and they say, yes, that's a smart use of our time and money. We want our sons and daughters involved in that. Parents in districts where income might be more low to moderate say, yes, we want that because this might afford our son or daughter the opportunity to go to college, to at least achieve an associate's degree. Members, I ask for your support for Senate Bill 95 because for those students who achieve an associate's degree while they're in high school, this literally could cut the cost of an associate's degree by 100%. And for the students who take the right courses and have an articulation agreement and transfer into a participating four-year institution, it literally could cut the cost of a four-year bachelor's degree in half. And we're not asking for any extra money. And in fact, in Senate Bill 95, we're not asking for any money. This is a great opportunity to help the community college system inform parents about this outstanding program. It's making better use of something that we have achieved as a bipartisan legislature over many, many years. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to bring you Senate Bill 95. Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members, I'm honored to be with the minority leader on this bill, Senate Bill 095, and ask for an aye vote. As minority leader said, concurrent enrollment is a really important opportunity for not so many of our youth or those who want to go back to college and look for the opportunity through concurrent enrollment. But also as a faculty member who teaches at Public Community College, I could attest that it is good to help, especially those who are in the K-12 system, prepare for college in a way that, as he said, helps decrease the cost ultimately to the payer, either sometimes in these cases parents or the VA. Whoever's paying for it ultimately is getting a good return on investment, and so I'd encourage an aye vote on Senate Bill 095.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one other thank you. Thank you to the majority party. Thank you to the members of the Appropriations Committee. This bill had an appropriation clause. We took that money out, but this policy is moving forward late in the session, but thank you for allowing this one to move forward. I truly believe that over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see that this bill is going to help more parents and students achieve associate's and bachelor's degree credentials and make better use of their time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 95? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 95. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 95 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 222.
Senate Bill 222 by Senators Winter and Bridges concerning a grant program for small businesses affected by economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic that is financed by money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 222 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriately appropriated.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The aye has it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and there should be an amendment on the desk.
There is, in fact, an amendment at the desk. How do you know? Would you like to move the amendment?
I move Amendment L002.
Mr. Carpenter, please read 002.
Amendment L002,
Senator
Senate Bill.
Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a small amendment that the bill is designed for small businesses. This allows summer camps to be counted as small businesses, even if they might have a few more than 25 employees in the summer, but not the rest of the year. And I encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Any discussion on L002? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if the sponsors could answer, does Representative Nunn support this amendment?
Senator Bridges.
Representative Noni is a hard yes on this bill. Thank you, sir.
No, nay.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for a sentence located deep inside this bill, page 8, line 5 or so, 3A. There is preference given to businesses that did not qualify or receive a loan pursuant to the PPP. That sentence, I'd like to understand better the intent of that. So what happens if a business qualified but did not actually take the time to apply? Or what happens if they qualified, applied, and the government refused to give them a grant? And then, of course, there's the third, which is they simply didn't meet the qualifications up front, so they applied not at all.
So Senator Woodward, we're still on the amendment. I think that went to the bill, so we can hold that for a moment.
I will wait for that answer.
Okay, so let's clear up the amendment first. Is there any further discussion on L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L002 is adopted, which brings us back to the bill. The bill. Senator Winter and then Senator Crowder after that. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go ahead and answer the question from the good senator from Loveland. Because it says did not qualify for or receive a loan. So it doesn't say, it's not a shall or an and about why the loan wasn't received. And so for any of those reasons that were listed from the senator, I think as long as they did not receive a PPP loan, they are qualified for this.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to follow up on that, I'm incredibly proud to have this bill. There were a ton of businesses that called me up and for one reason or another weren't getting the support or couldn't get the support that they needed to stay open during the COVID crisis. And I said I would love to put together some sort of set of resources for you, but the state just doesn't have the cash. Knowing that we were cutting $3 billion from our budget, it's a quarter of a $12 billion budget, we just weren't going to be in a place to do that. But thanks to the CARES Act money, thanks to our ability to appropriate some of this money, we have a solution to those folks. And I am so excited to go back to my district, look those business owners in the eye and say, yep, we were able to do something for you. Here's the program.
Senator Crowder.
I just had a question for the sponsors on the CARES Act. $500 million went to the 5 or 6 counties in Metro. 275 went to the rest of the 59 counties. Out of which pot did this 20 million come from? Or is this additional money that should have went to rural Colorado? That's my question. Where did the money come from on the CARES Act?
Senator Winter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this $20 million is from the allocation the state got, and then the legislature, so not the rural communities, it's the allocation the state got, and then the legislature had authority over 70 million of that. This is part of that $70 million allocation.
Senator Rankin?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment on that. I find this a little strange. We're appropriating some unknown amount of money from a sort of an arbitrary source. Arbitrary because somebody, I guess the governor, decided that we would take 70 million out of the 1.7 million and we would let the General Assembly spend that. Why wasn't it the whole 1.7 million? Why wasn't it 10 million? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't relate at all to our normal long bill process. I don't object to the bill. I think it's fine. A good way to spend money. But I just want to make sure that as we do this, and we're going to see some more of these bills, to spend, I think, 70 million adds up to something. But I want to make sure that we all get behind the legislature accounting for the money that the state spends. I want to see it in the long bill. Maybe it's beside the money that we spend out of state taxes. Maybe it's a separate document. I don't know. But I don't think that we should just accept the fact that we are running bills and amendments to the long bill that spend an amount of money that we're not even sure what is. So I've made this before. I've said it in the Joint Budget Committee. As a matter of fact, I think we have a partial solution coming along. But this is not part of the 500 million that went to the 5 big counties. It's not part of the 275 that the governor allocated to the other 59 counties. It is part of what's left, I think.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 222? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 222. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 222 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1017.
House Bill 1017 by Representatives Harrington Kennedy and Senators Donovan and Prill concerning treatment of individuals with substance use disorders who come into contact with the criminal justice system.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1017 on second reading.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, House Bill 1017 is part of a broader package from the work of an interim committee this summer to address substance use disorders and the opioid crisis across Colorado. This particular bill focuses on the interaction of when we have a substance use disorder or someone in crisis and when they are within the criminal justice system. If you also had a chance to look at this bill as it has been re-engrossed, you'll see that the intent of the bill stays pure and strong, but in order to respond to the financial situation of us being in a $3.3 billion shortfall, the bill had to do quite a bit of work to make it into a bill that doesn't have a fiscal note on it. But the bill is still important work that shows the intent and the steps to take for our local law enforcement officers to be a point of addressing and interacting with our substance use disorders, as well as requirements for our correctional system to be prepared for these situations. While we have had to adjust the bill in regards to our economic impacts of the COVID-19 crisis, I think it's also important, colleagues, to raise the fact that it's been a challenging time and we've seen substance abuse incidences go up in these stressful times, while the resources for them have decreased. I'll end my comments with this. I was a part of this committee for just a short time. In fact, by short, I mean the one day that I substituted in for a member that couldn't make. But it was a real privilege to see the thoughtful and complex conversations that this committee had undertaken to arrive at a comprehensive package of bills. I was proud to be able to put my name on one of these bills because I think while we often think of opioid abuse and substance disorders, use disorders, being a city problem, I think we know that that is an inaccurate representation. And we've seen a significant increase in opioid addiction in my rural communities without there being any resources to address this increase in particular opioid addiction. So really appreciate being able to be a part of this bill that starts to create a broad safety net that can impact and help people when they find themselves in times of crisis to hopefully address opioid addiction and substance use disorders across the entire state. And I ask for your aye vote on House Bill 1017, which is also my birthday, so it's a lucky bill. So I expect it to sail through without any issues.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1017? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1017. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1017 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1053.
House Bill 1053 by Representatives Soroda, Wilson, Senator Story, and Pedersen concerning measures to support the early childhood educator workforce.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1053 on second reading and urge an aye vote.
All right, to the bill. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Supporting 1053 is an effort to support early childhood workforce, and Colorado's parents can't get to work without early childhood educators. The demand for early childhood education is expected to increase by nearly 20% in the next 10 years, and the challenges of childcare access, affordability, and quality can only be addressed by building a system of support and development for early care and education of teachers. This bill will advance three key priorities in support of young children in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Child care programs are a step to reopening to serve children and families, and child care providers stepped up to care for children during the height of the crisis to make sure our emergency and essential workforce could get to work. These programs were already facing a crisis in recruiting and retaining educators to provide child care so parents could work before the crisis. With the components in 1053, we can streamline pathways to the classroom, including alternative routes to the profession, and reduce burdensome paperwork on our early care and education providers. Additionally, we need to respond to early childhood mental health needs that we are seeing as a result of the crisis. The economic and health trauma of this crisis and the disruption to children's learning and mental health challenges parents of young children are facing are all resulting in a need for more efficient alignment of programs. And finally, this bill would provide greater flexibility for the 34 statewide early childhood councils and the State Office of Early Childhood in supporting quality, responsive programming.
Senator Pedersen? No?
I think she covered it all. I ask for your support.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 1053? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1053. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1053 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1065.
House Bill 1065 by Representatives Kennedy and Harrington, Senators Pedersen and Priola, concerning the use of measures that do not involve Schedule I controlled substances to reduce the harm caused by substance use disorders.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1065 and the committee report from State Military and Affairs.
All right, to the State Veterans and Military
Veterans,
Affairs Committee
Military
report.
Affairs.
Senator
Are you going to talk to the committee report?
Senator Priola to the
Yes.
committee report.
Mr. Chair, members, we adopted an amendment earlier today in State Veterans and Military Affairs, which some stakeholders don't like. And after having some conversations, we think it's best to ask for a rejection of the committee report. So we're asked for a no vote on the committee report, not the bill.
That's bold, Senator Priola. Senator Pedersen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also asked for a no vote. This is going to take a longer stakeholder process, so I also would like the committee report to fail.
All right, the question before us is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report to House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. And noes have it. The committee report is rejected. To the bill, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is another bill that came out of the Opioid and Other Substances Interim Committee. Lots of hard stakeholder work. This bill accomplishes a number of things, allowing for, go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Pedersen.
thank you. This is the harm reduction bill from our package of bills from the Opioid Interim Committee. This is really about meeting people where they are and trying to reduce the harm that's being caused from their addiction. And so there's just a few pieces left in this bill, but still very important, and we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1065? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1065 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1407.
House Bill 1407 by Representatives Kippen, Baisley, and Senator Story and Zinzinger concerning temporarily allowing a Colorado institution of higher education to determine whether to require a national assessment test score as an eligibility criterion for admission for first-time freshman students who graduate from high school in 2021.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1407 is focused on college admissions using the national test scores. Currently, statute requires that Colorado public four-year institutions of higher ed consider national assessment scores. But this past spring, due to COVID-19, the spring test dates were canceled, meaning that high school juniors did not have the opportunity to take that test. And while these tests could be rescheduled for this coming fall, this would be happening during or even after many of those same students would be applying for college admission for their graduating class of 2021. And so this bill provides a statutory option for institutions to waive the exams as part of eligibility for admissions in Colorado. And I urge an aye vote on this bill.
And Senator Story, do you move the bill?
Yes, I move House Bill 1407 on second reading.
Thank you. Senator
you.
Zinzinger. Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I want to stress about this bill is that this statutory change will remain optional for institutions, although nearly every institution in the state does support this change, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1407? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1407. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The aye has it. House Bill 1407 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Benavides and Garnett, Senators Fields and Gonzalez concerning Department of Public Health and Environment inspections of penal institutions.
Senator Fields.
Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 2014-09 on second reading. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1409? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1409. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Again, the aye has it, and House Bill 1409 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1414.
House Bill 1414 by Representatives Weissman and Tatone and Senators Foote and Pedersen concerning a prohibition against engaging in price gouging for a period following a declared disaster.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1414 in the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report.
We adopted an amendment that it was the last outstanding issue, and I ask for your support.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee report is adopted.
You want to say that?
Senator Pedersen, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is our bill to ensure that in Colorado during a time of crisis that we don't have businesses and individuals who are taking advantage of consumers by price gouging. So this is important right now. It's also important when we deal with crises in the future. It's something that we actually looked at in the opioid interim committee around some of the life-saving drugs that were much needed during the opioid crisis as we started to see prices increase. So there is federal law that does protect against some of this, but there are some gaps, which is why states across the U.S. are taking action in the midst of this pandemic. So let's ensure that we're protecting our consumers and our public health and not exploiting it. I ask for your support.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, no one is against charging excessive prices for toilet paper more than I. And I must tell you that I learned of cases of supermarket chains, notable ones that I will not mention from the floor, though I could with impunity under the Constitution, that seem to be charging excessive prices for their toilet paper in the aftermath of the disaster caused by our adjournment on March 14th. I believe that was the cause of the disaster. What troubles me about this bill, which in general I support the concept, is it prohibits price gouging, but I can't figure out what price gouging is. It's something that is a price so excessive as to amount to price gouging, and I see just quickly, I saw state laws that gave some definition to price gouging, and I saw some that gave some definition by percentages. But one person's price gouging may be the market price, so without some definition, I think we leave, this is enforceable by the Attorney General or District Attorney, we leave it up to them in an almost unbridled fashion to play games with that. And a court to try to figure out how to come up with a jury instruction. I wonder if any consideration has been given to the sponsors for some definition for price gouging so that I could support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join in having concerns about the bill with my colleague from El Paso County. I'll also point out, again, the required lack or ability to have institutional memory in this building due to term limits. The people voted for term limits. I voted for term limits back in the early 90s. But how many of you were here after Katrina? How many of you were here in this building when the State House and Senate took up price gouging legislation back then? This is not new. We're revisiting a topic that, as the good senator from El Paso referenced, there are price gouging laws on our books. And 1414 seems to me an opportunity maybe to convey that, well, we did something about price gouging, but that's already been done here in Colorado. And it was fascinating to me. I too experienced the grocery store where I normally shop in my community, having gone in there the first time, I think, after we were adjourned in March, and the aisle where toilet paper and paper towels and tissues are stocked, those shelves were completely bare. That's not price gouging, that's demand for product. I went to another store and same thing. But at the same time, during the stay-at-home order and the more than 2 months that we were away from the Capitol, I saw the opposite of price gouging, I saw demand for gasoline and diesel fuel drop, and the prices dropped accordingly. I filled up my pickup truck for a lower price per gallon that I remember in decades. I don't remember prices being that low. But petroleum producers didn't gouge. The supply dropped precipitously, and they were left with a situation where there were ships offshore and trucks onshore filled with oil, and there was nowhere else to put it. And the price dropped. But back to paper products, the things that were in highest demand, and Lysol wipes and Clorox wipes, those sanitary wipes, man, I still find those shelves empty. But the retailers that I visit to buy those products, I can't see any increase in cost. I did see some cost in fresh meat, especially beef. For a while, it seemed like we might have a shortage because we had a COVID-19 issue in a processing plant north of Denver. And I remember talking to the folks who work in the butcher department at my grocery store, and they were concerned about being able to keep supply. It is supply and demand. So what are we attempting to address here, since we already have current law? It seems like in 1414, the definition of price gouging is not completely clear. And also, we're leaving in this bill, we're leaving it up to the Attorney General and our district attorneys' enforcement discretion. There seems to be a complete lack of guardrails as to what that enforcement could be. So I guess this is something we're supposed to support 1414 on the premise that, well, it's hard to define price gouging outside of obvious supply and demand. Hard to define that, yep. I remember those debates after Katrina, standing outside the House chamber, especially listening to our predecessors struggle with what is price gouging. But now we're revisiting it. We're giving authority to the Attorney General and DAs without much discretion as to what that authority would be. So I guess they'll know it when they see it. They'll know price gouging when they see it, and I guess that'll depend on which AG or which DA sees it. Also, have some concern that if there's been a disaster emergency impacting Colorado or a municipality, the governor or the municipal executive is the appropriate person to declare it, and not the president. This will help avoid any unintended consequences stemming from implementing price restrictions from a federal disaster declaration that otherwise would not impact the sale of essential goods in Colorado. It is curious to me why we would tie this to some federal decision, and it's been fascinating over the past 3 months to have conversations with people about the U.S. Constitution and the state Constitution.
I don't know if she would leave Ember with her.
The president didn't issue a stay-at-home order because the president doesn't have authority under our U.S. Constitution to do that, but governors do. So if we have a statewide emergency or a local emergency in a county or municipality, why would we tie this back to action at the federal government? That does not make sense. Be happy to understand that better, and I'm sure that the good senator from Lafayette can explain that to me because he's very good at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The good senator from Lafayette, Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at the outset, I'd like to say the last thing that I would ever want to do is be able to limit the supply of toilet paper to my good friend from Colorado Springs. And so that's something that this bill definitely does not do. But it does, or if it goes into effect, it would protect him and everybody else from unnecessary price gouging for that product and other products. And I want to address a couple of things. First, because it's first on my mind. From the minority leader, he talked about the federal declaration and also the state declaration. And that's because we base this investigation and possible enforcement authority on emergency declarations. So sometimes there's a state declaration of emergency, sometimes there's a federal declaration of emergency, sometimes there's both. And so that's why that's in there, because if you have a federal declaration but not a state declaration, it still should be in effect. And by the way, the amendment that was put on in the Finance Committee today puts a limitation on how long those investigation and enforcement actions can occur. It's not just however long the emergency declaration is in place from either the federal and or the state government, but 180 days from the beginning of that declaration is when this would be in effect. So the reason for that is because we still have an emergency declaration from some disasters in this state, including the 2013 flood disaster. And so it's not something that's intended to go on indefinitely. It's something that's really much more intended to address the immediate aftermath of a disaster and the price gouging that unfortunately does occur sometimes in the immediate aftermath of a disaster. So I want to address the choice to put something like excessive as opposed to putting a number in the bill. And first, I want to mention that most states in the United States actually do have a specific price gouging statute. Colorado is an exception. I think it's a very small minority of states that actually have a price gouging that don't have a price gouging statute in their statutes. Colorado has a vague reference to a violation of the consumer code because it would be an unfair trade practice, that currently there are investigations and have been investigations under that provision, but it's not very specific. And I think whenever it comes down to making sure that our enforcement authorities do have a proper enforcement to investigate or not, to have proper guardrails, we need to be more specific rather than less. So, but when you look at the other state statutes, some do go with a certain percentage and some go with more general of a standard, like what we have in this bill, a general standard of what would be considered to be excessive. The reason why that was chosen was because of a long number of stakeholder discussions from consumer groups through business groups, and the decision was to put that into place because, first of all, it allows discretion, and secondly, the number that you choose could be just as arbitrary as having something that would be excessive. I mean, what number would you actually choose would be best? Do you use 10%? Do you use 50%? Do you use a doubling? Let's say that you put in something like you double the normal price. Well, then naturally what that means is if somebody wants to price gouge and still stay within the statute, then they go 1 penny below a doubling of the price and they stay within the statute. Or it also could mean if you have, say, a 25% markup in a day or a 30% markup in a day, that means something different than if you're charging for a mask that normally would be $1 that goes up to $1.30, as opposed to a generator that would be $1,000 and it would go up 30% from there. So that's the reason why the decision was made to put in the bill more of excessive as opposed to a certain percentage. And just want to point out that obviously the district attorney or the attorney general could decide to commence a civil action under this section under the term excessive, but that's not the final arbiter, that's not the final fact finder. The final fact finder would be a judge or a jury, and the prosecuting authority would have to determine or would have to show that authority what actually is excessive, and the burden would be on the prosecuting authority in this civil action. So I hope that answered the questions. I hope that you'll support it. It's necessary for those few cases where there's some real necessities that are being put out of reach for average consumers because of an unfortunate emergency. It's a very good consumer protection bill, and hope that you will support it.
Any further discussion on the bill? Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My curiosity on this, in looking at the bill, I understand the civil action and whatnot, but I do not understand what the penalty is. I don't see a penalty in the, I always thought if there was something that was an illegal activity, there would be a certain perimeter of penalties for that. Am I missing that?
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the senator from Alamosa. It's not in the bill. It's this is within the Consumer Protection Code, and the bill doesn't require any changes to the current penalties that are in the Consumer Protection Code. So whatever penalties are available under the Consumer Protection Act, more specifically the Colorado Consumer Protection Act, are also available in this particular action. This is just adding a more specific action to what already exists under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act.
Thank you. Any final discussion on the bill? House Bill 1414. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1414. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1414 is adopted.
Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1312.
House Bill 1312 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, Tonin, and Senators Todd and Heisey concerning behavioral health training requirements for educator licensure.
Senator Todd, Heisey, Todd, whoever.
Go ahead.
Senator
Thank you,
Heisey.
Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1312 on second reading.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1312? Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill deals with training of teachers for recognizing behavioral health issues in the classroom. It requires 10 hours of training. It does not add 10 hours. It is 10 hours within the normal regularly scheduled training. And it does not pretend to make teachers into licensed psychologists. It simply allows them to recognize behavioral and other issues and then gives them resources as to where to refer those children.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a recent study found that about 93% of teachers are really concerned about the behavioral health and mental health of many of their students and feel like they need to have additional training. They need to have additional tools in the toolbox for how to deal with children that are really under duress and dealing with difficult emotional issues. And so over a 5-year period of time, there is an opportunity for teachers to earn about 90 hours of training in the course, and 10 of those hours would be dedicated to mental health. So we're not adding more. What we're saying is let's just make sure that of those 90 hours that are required, that at least 10 of them are focusing on behavioral health. And urge an aye vote.
Is there
Did we move the bill? I move House, you moved it. Yeah.
It's been moved. Thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 1312? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1312. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, so House Bill 1312 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1417.
House Bill 1417 by Representative Becker and Senator Hansen concerning the establishment of the administrative conditions related to money in the general fund from the federal coronavirus relief fund that apply to an allocation established into separate legislation until the unspent money remaining in the subfund is transferred to the unemployment compensation fund on December 30th, 2020.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1417 on second reading.
To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair and colleagues. We considered Senate Bill 207 recently and appreciate your support on that to send it to the House where it's under consideration right now. 1417 is an accompanying piece of legislation. This simply allows us to allocate unused CARES Act money to backfill some of the additional costs that were taken on in Senate Bill 207. If you'll remember from 207, we had about $18 million in additional long-term liability over the next couple of years to the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund because of those changes that we adopted that were widely agreed to across stakeholder groups on both the employer and the employee side to bring more flexibility in this moment of crisis to the job market and allow higher amount of wage disregard when computing benefits. And so I think this is an appropriate way to cover that expense, that cost, and I urge your support of 1417.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1417? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1417. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The aye has it. House Bill 1417 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 223.
House Bill 223 by Senators Hansen and Tate concerning a moratorium on the changing a ratio evaluation for assessment for any class of property for property taxation that is contingent on repeal of related constitutional provisions.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 223 on second reading.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. This was foreshadowed when we had the discussion on the Senate resolution to repeal Gallagher. This is the accompanying piece of legislation that we promised you. Simply makes it clear in statute that there is a moratorium on changing the assessment rates, and I think very important to, would go into effect only if the voters approve the repeal, which essentially would help us clean up the statutes, get everything in the right place if the voters accept that proposal, and I urge your support.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a amazing bill that defies physics, and that it's a cleanup bill from the future for today. Meaning, I'm imagining a statutory revision committee where we'd be voting on this, and Senator Hansen would be running this 6 months from now or 8 months from now, but we're doing it now today. So this bill just removed the language associated with the Gallagher Amendment mechanism and statute and put in superfluous, completely unnecessary language about a moratorium, but hey, it's like a legislative declaration and statute. What could be better? Thank you, members.
All right, it's quite remarkable. So is there any further discussion? One moment. We are on Senate Bill 223. Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 223? All right, the question before us then is the adoption of Senate Bill 223. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 223 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1265.
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Benavides and Valdez and Senators Gonzalez and Moreno concerning increased public protections from emissions of air toxics.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is our privilege to bring forward to you House Bill 1265, and we move 1265 on special order, second reading, and ask for an aye vote.
To the bill, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this bill has been significantly pared back from its original version. There were a lot of important things that were contemplated by the original version, but understanding the time crunch that we're in, understanding the situation that we're in, we understand why that was necessary. The bill, however, still does provide a notification system when there are incidents, and information to our constituents is always a good thing. So I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1265? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1265. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1265 is adopted. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The question before the body is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee whole legislative report is out on consideration some following bills being second reading thereof. Makes the following recommendation on Bill 95 is amended, Bill 222 is amended, Bill 223 passed second reading on growth, please count for third reading final passage. House Bill 1017, House Bill 1053, House Bill 1065, House Bill 1407, House Bill 1409, House Bill 1414 is amended, House Bill 1312, House Bill 1417, House Bill 1265 passed second reading on revised and placing count for third reading and final passage.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 095 is amended. Senate Bill 222 as amended. Senate Bill 223 passed on second reading, ordered and gross and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1017, House Bill 1053, House Bill 1065, House Bill 1407, House Bill 1409, House Bill 1414. As amended, House Bill 1312, House Bill 1417, House Bill 1265 passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Announcements. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting 10 minutes upon adjournment here. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. And we will be meeting in Senate Committee Room 357, not the old Supreme Court. So we're heading upstairs to 357. We will be hearing House Bill 1066, House Bill 1086, Senate Bill 4, 31, 52, 60, 76, 122, 143, 161, 182, 216, House Bill 1085, 1200, 1408, 1410, 1411, 1412, 1413, 1416, and 1418. Now, if some of those bills sound familiar, it is true that approximately 11 of these bills were taken up this morning, and we will be taking them up one more time. See you there.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will be coming back to the floor after Appropriations Committee. We will. And we will see you there. And then we will try to clear out what comes out of Appropes if possible. So, Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 3:55.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess until 15:55 today. The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move call the Senate.
A call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return all those who are absent from the chamber?
Those chimes miss a beat. For me, that's bad. Right? It's weird.
Right at the end there, restarting.
There needs to be a pause.
Dives right back in.
Is there a reason it is?
Heads need to roll.
Since the Senate is too fast.
Yeah, the Senate needs to be chill. Yeah.
Every once in a while, but it'll probably be well counted.
Damn straight it was.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to get hold of.
Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Senators Bridges, Cook, Quorum, Crowder, Danielson,
Here.
Donovan, Bimberg, Fields, Foot, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hill, Heisey, Holbert, Lee,
Here.
Lundeen, Marble, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Tate, Todd, Williams,
Present.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger,
Oh, really?
Gonzalez, Smallwood,
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
Motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call has been raised.
I didn't get it. That's what I get.
Mr. Carpenter, please add Senator Hill to the roll call. And please excuse Senator Scott from the roll call. The Senate will stand in a recess. The Senate will come back to order. Committee reports.
June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1066 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1086 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 4 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 31 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 52 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 60 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 76 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 122 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 143 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 161 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 182 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 216 be postponed indefinitely. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1085 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1200 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1408 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1410 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1411 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1412 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1413 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1416 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. June 10th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1418 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
But not now. Hanson's going.
Special orders, consent. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're going to pull up special orders that were placed on the consent calendar out of the Appropriations Committee, and then we'll do the regular special orders after that. Mr. President, I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1408 and House Bill 1413 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 5:44 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up special order second reading bills consent calendar. That includes House Bill 1408 and House Bill 1413 at the hour of 1744. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. Special orders, second reading bills, consent calendar. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading bills. Consent calendar, pardon me. Consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading bills, consent calendar, and Senator Hansen will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1408 by Representatives Robertson, Valdez, and Senator Story and Sonnenberg, concerning the appropriation for controlled maintenance projects, including controlled maintenance projects that are capital renewal projects with any proceeds from Senate Bill 17267 lease purchase agreement that will be executed in the state fiscal year 2019-20 that are credited to the capital construction fund as a result of House Bill 1377. House Bill 1413 by Representatives Burton, Cutter, and Senators Zinzinger and Donovan, concerning the establishment of a statewide private investor-funded small business recovery loan program in connection with authorizing the Department of the Treasury to obtain the state share of funding for the program by selling insurance premium tax credits to qualified taxpayers and authorizing the state treasury to contract with the program manager to establish and administer the program.
Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1408 and House Bill 1413.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills in the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will hold legal report is that on serious and following test bills being second reading, there makes final recommendations are one. House Bill 1408, House Bill 1413, passed second reading, revised, place accounted for the reading and final passage.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1408, House Bill 1413 passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Second. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so we will now be pulling up some of the other bills that came out of appropriations, pulling these up on special orders. Two of the bills that came out of appropriations will not be on this calendar, but probably on a later one. Mr. President, I move that the Senate take up House Bills 1085, 1200, 1411, 1412, and 1416 on special order second reading of bills at the hour of 5:49 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up special order second reading of bills, which would consist of House Bill 1085, House Bill 1200, House Bill 1411, House Bill 1412, and House Bill 1416.
Up to their faith.
On special order second reading at the hour of 17:49. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Special order, second reading bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders second reading of bills. And Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1085?
House Bill 1085 by Representatives Kennedy and Harrington, Senators Winter and Priola, concerning the prevention of substance use disorders in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1085 on second reading. There's no committee reports.
Do the bill.
Members, this bill went through two interim committees, or came from the opioid interim committee, also went through committees. Today, it does a number of things around physical therapy, occupational therapy, acupuncture, to try to reduce the reliance on opioids. It's supported by CMS. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an important prevention bill. The best way one of the ways we can combat what's happening right now is prevent people from being addicted to begin with. There is a lot of good things in this bill, including education of providers and also making sure that they are checking for with the PDD to make sure that they have not been continually getting prescriptions. And it's a very important bill, and I encourage a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1085. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1200?
House Bill 1200 by Representatives Tony Weissman, Senator Story, concerning the continuation of the HOA Information Resource Center and in connection therewith, implementing recommendations and containing 2019 Census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Story. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1200, I move House Bill 1200 on second reading and
Do the bill. Any further discussion?
thank you. This is let's just move it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1200. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1411?
House Bill 1411 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Kraft Thorpe, and Senators Pedersen and Fields, concerning the allocation of money the state received from Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund for behavioral health services.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1411.
Oh, I got the wrong one.
No committee reports. Thank you very much. Any discussion of House Bill 1411? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1411. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1412?
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Kennedy, Cutter, Senator Story, and Zenzinger, concerning assistance for individuals unable to pay their utility bills due to economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and in connection therewith, transferring money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act to the Energy Outreach Colorado Low-Income Energy Assistance Fund to provide such assistance.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1412 and ask for an aye vote.
And the Appropriations Committee report?
And I move the Appropriation Committee's report.
Thank you. To the report.
So in the Appropriation Committee, we appropriated the money. I ask for an aye vote on the report.
Very appropriate. All those in favor of adopting the committee report say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Story. Feeling an amendment. Yep. There is indeed an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006, House Bill 1412 by Senator Story, amendment Engross Bill, page 7, strike line 17 through 23, and substitute subsection 2F before December 4th, 2020.
Senator Zenzinger. Or Senator Story.
That's good. Senator Story's good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, I move L006
To the amendment.
to House Bill 1412. And this amendment is really mostly a technical fix to address a date, that the date for the money to be expended is December 4th instead of the end of the month as it was in the original bill. And then under these terms, it gives the controller, the state controller, the opportunity to address any unexpended money so that it can make its way back to the unemployment compensation fund before the end of the year.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006 to House Bill 1412. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bills. Any further discussion? Oh, there is another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L007?
Amendment L007, House Bill 1412 by Senator
Senator
Story.
Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment
To
L007.
the amendment.
So in this 007 amendment, we are simply adding the words "or water" after the word "energy." I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 007 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1412 as amended on second reading.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1412. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1416?
House Bill 1416 by Representatives Garnett, Neville, and Senators Finberg and Holbert concerning the modification of fiscal information prepared by Legislative Council staff related to an initiated measure in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1416.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1416 was referred to the Executive Committee, recommended to the Executive Committee. Ledge Council has recommended this bill as a way to cut costs and reduce workload on preparing fiscal notes relative to ballot initiatives. If the bill passes, that bill or that workload would be limited to ballot initiatives that qualify to be on the ballot, whereas existing statute requires a fiscal analysis for issues seeking to be on the ballot.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once upon a time, back in 2015, the great Senator Lois Court, the great Senator Mary Hodge, the great Representative Brian Del Grosso, and then that mediocre farm boy, Senator Sonnenberg, ran a bill that would have attached fiscal notes to ballot initiatives. So people would actually understand what they were signing and understand what was being put in front of them. Now the fiscal note goes in the blue book, but we have a portion that actually goes on the signature when you send it out for people to get signatures on the ballot. What this does is says, you know what, we're going to just put the summary, which, and I talked with Natalie, God bless her, trying to figure out how to manage staff short downstairs with all this going on. But she says what that means is we're basically not going to include the expenses because it's too hard, takes too time consuming to go to all the different departments and have that ready for the title board and have that ready for signature gathering. What I am asking you today to do is to reject this. An excuse, and I don't mean disrespect by saying excuse, a reason to not do this is because there are more ballot initiatives and you're having trouble and accomplish that is not reason enough to undo what a legislature does through our legislative staff. Our legislative staff should not have the ability to undo what this legislature saw fit in 2015 by bringing a bill to the executive committee and having the executive committee drive this ship so they don't have to answer those questions, so they don't have to put that work in so that we actually understand what ballot initiatives are going to cost. Members, I ask you to vote against this. Representative Court had worked on ballot initiative reform with me for years when we were in the House and then continued in the Senate. We got somewhere with this. I ask you to leave it in place and vote no on the bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1416. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will lead reports that on service and following test bills, being the second reading thereof, makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1085, House Bill 1200, House Bill 1411, House Bill 1412, as amended, House Bill 1416, passed on second reading revised, most accounted for the reading of final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? The Senate will stand. Are there any no votes? The The committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With the Senate will stand in senatorial 5. The Senate will come back to order. No votes. The committee of the whole amendment. Committee of the whole. With 34 aye votes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1085, House Bill 1200, House Bill 1411, House Bill 1412, as amended, House Bill 1416, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1113 by Representatives Daytona, Van Winkle, and Senators Bridges and Lundin concerning mental health educational resources and in connection therewith making enhancements to the Safety Tel program.
State Veterans and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1197 by Representatives Snyder and Rich and Senator Bridges concerning the statewide communication system for referral to essential services in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Finance.
House Bill 1332 by Representative Harrod and Jackson, Senator Fields concerning prohibitions on discrimination in housing based on source of income and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
State Veterans and Military Affairs. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up just one bill, just a little bill, not that important. House Bill 1418 on special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 6:10 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up special order second reading of bills, which would include House Bill 1418 at the hour of 1810. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
Oh, that's right.
Special order second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those that the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for considerations of special orders, second reading of bills. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted that the Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
I don't have an appropriations report.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed.
You have that?
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed.
Should I have a...
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1418?
House Bill 1418 by Representative Becker and Senator Todd concerning the financing of public schools and in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move House Bill 1418 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Is there any discussion?
The Appropriations Committee report added an amendment that actually diverts $10 million in proceeds from the use of state public school lands and places those revenues in the state public school fund in order to buy down the budget stabilization factor by $10 million. We're diverting the revenues before they go to the permanent fund, which is something that we've seen the legislature do for several years in a row and in the past, and that is what Appropriations Committee report is.
Seeing no further discussion of the Appropriations
To the bill.
Seeing no further discussion of the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And here we are at the end of the session and the end of me as a state senator, and I am pretty darn excited about being able to carry the school finance bill. Every year I'm excited when we bring it forward. This year, not so much. This year there's a tremendous amount of sadness and disappointment and regret, I guess, in many ways that this is the last bill that I will carry for school finance, because what we've had to do is really see budget shortfalls have a huge impact. And before I even go into the school finance report or the bill, I want to just say a special thank you to our JBC, because they dealt with this every single day. When I sat at home and listened in and paid attention to what was being cut day after day, it was difficult, but they dealt with it every single day for a couple of weeks. And so when I started looking at this today and presented it in finance, I lost it. It's very emotional because it is difficult to know and understand the impact of school finance and how it affects all the children in the state of Colorado. But House Bill 1418, I think, has made the best of what we can do. And again, I give great credit to our JBC working very closely with Speaker Becker, working very closely to make sure that we are keeping many of those cuts away from the classroom and away from the children. But let me give just kind of an overview of what we're going to be looking at and talking about with the School Finance Act. It's something that we pass every year. It's part of the reason we came back. We came back to do the budget, and we came back to do school finance, and oh my, we've done a whole lot more in addition to that. But this is passed every year, and it alternates between whether it starts in the House or the Senate. Last year we started it in the Senate, and Senator Lundin and I carried it. This year it's starting in the House with Speaker Becker. The negative factor seems to be the overcast shadow when we talk about school finance. And we are looking at a total of $1.18 billion, which is an increase of $611 million. And this does not count the $510 million from the CARES Act and the $37 million for at-risk students. Those are factors and those are amounts of money that we're talking about. The base funding is increasing this year, but it does not increase the overall statewide per pupil average. We are this year getting a $510 million bonus from the federal government. And if you look at your fiscal note, you'll be able to look and see where your school district falls on how much money they actually were able to get, because it was divided amongst the entire state and all of the school districts. We set a funding level every year, and that base per pupil funding is what we look at. And then it fluctuates every year, and the state expenditures will decrease by about $455 million, and the local share will increase by about $77 million. And so those are ways that we look at how that per pupil rate is for students. The budgets for the school districts, they've got to start planning for next year. And so normally that is given to school districts by around June 3rd. Obviously June 3rd has come and gone, and so we are allowing in the bill an extension given to June 23rd for them to be able to give that information and figure out what the budget's going to look like. In addition to that, we extended the number of days of notification to their communities. Normally, it is about 2 days, and we gave an extension to 10 days to again make that such that people know and understand what to expect. This is one of the saddest pieces, and that is the fact that many of the grant programs that many of us carried as legislation and worked on together were slashed. Now, one of the things, and again, to the credit of JVC, they said this is still an important program. We're not going to make it go away, but what we're going to do is not be able to fund it this year. And so we're not going to be able to continue on with certain things. And I'm not going to go through all of them again, because every time I do, I cry. And I really don't want to go into that. But you can certainly read it in the bill and find out what those different programs and different grants are that have been cut, because they all affect our students. They all affect the quality of education that we make available for our students and families. Pulling certain revenues from, for example, the best cash funds, the cash funds from marijuana. Some of those were diverted then above and put back into the school ed fund. We had a mill levy correction. And this is basically following the Tabor CDE advised school districts that had debruced, which once they debruced, they assumed, hey, we don't have a cap. That's not so much what has happened. that they were still bound by Tabor limitations on property tax revenue, leading to a calculation of mill levies at a lower level to avoid excess revenue, even though the school districts were no longer subject to that limit. And 174 out of 178 districts are districts who have debruced. The department really believed that the 1994 School Finance Act codified property tax revenue limits, but in 2009, the Supreme Court ruled in the Mesa versus Colorado that the provision in the school finance was just a reflection of Tabor and not a separate limit. So CDE's advice was incorrect. That is being corrected in this bill. That is a proposal for a correction in this bill. We also had included in the bill an accountability modification stakeholder process. Many of our districts and our superintendents and our school districts are currently meeting and collaborating and discussing what are we going to do next? How are we going to put things back in place? How are we going to make sure that we move forward and are ready for the fall when students will either return to school or continue remote learning? And so much of that collaboration needs to take place with a stakeholder meeting with the Commissioner of Education here in Colorado to discuss what's going to happen on the testing, on accountability for students, on teacher evaluation, what's going to happen in terms of making sure that there is a level playing field of understanding for how to implement and how to carry out some of the different things that, you know, so many of our students this year missed out on the ACT and the SAT that's normally taken in their sophomore year or junior year in high school. They missed out on that. And so now what? Teacher evaluation. Now what? We've got to make sure that we're in compliance with what we've passed. And so this year there were waivers given. And so that transition of what happens from the waivers that were this year to next year, how is that going to come to be? And so that stakeholder meeting with a reporting back by September to help us all have a better understanding. Also, an adjustment to reflect the governor's executive order waivers. And so again, looking at the things that he put in place and making sure that we're accommodating and working forward on that. Extending the deadline for notice of contract non-renewals for probationary teachers. So in other words, this bill, this year, 2020, everything seems to be unique and a little bit different, and School Finance Act is certainly no exception to that. So as a result of that, there are many things in this bill that we have never really seen to this extent before. And so with that, I thank you for those of you that are listening. I appreciate that. And do ask for an aye vote on 1418 on the 2020 School Finance Act.
Thank you, Senator Todd. Senator Lundeen. I'm shocked you have something to add to this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So pause for a relational moment, a moment of honor and respect that is clearly due before I begin with my comments. The chair of the Senate Education Committee for many of these past years chaired her final Education Committee meeting recently, and I thought it would be the last time that I would say, thank you, Madam Chair, to Chair Todd. But in fact, I think in the context of the school finance bill and your sponsorship of it, I think calling you the chair, excuse with all deference to the sitting chair.
No fine for that.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Absolutely
that.
agree.
It's completely appropriate. Appreciate so much the work that you've done for schools over the years, for students over the years. And as a teacher, I mean, there is in many ways no higher calling, and thank you for that as well. This has been an especially difficult burden for you to carry, I know. And it puts me in the challenging spot of saying I have some concerns and significant challenges with this bill because they are born out of policy difference, not at all out of anything other than that. So I wanted to begin by saying I thank you so much for the work you've done across the years on behalf of public education in Colorado. And thank you for your extended presentation earlier today. We are in those moments of the session when we do a lot of work on one particular bill in one day, and to have an extensive committee hearing and now seconds in the same day is an indication of where we're at in terms of our calendar, the fact we're moving through. So thank you very much, Chair Todd, for the work you've done. Having said that, when we came back, it was my perspective that we knew we were going to have challenges, fiscal challenges, significant financial challenges. And my call out to my colleagues and to the Joint Budget Committee as I listened and participated remotely over the course of the days before we reconvened was to, as we work through the finances and the budget cuts we're going to have to make, let's be diligent to use as the first filter the question, is this an investment that will benefit the future of Colorado? Or is this an expense or a consumption that simply will be short-term in nature and doesn't redound to the benefit of our future? Now, it's my conclusion, even though I tend to be the guy who pounds the podium when we start talking about roads and bridges, because that's clearly an investment in the future of Colorado that we must make. It is my personal conviction that the most effective place we can invest in Colorado is in public education, because those students, our children, are the future of our state. And so my first challenge with this bill isn't this bill itself, but the vote will be attentive to this bill because I have no choice but to speak that policy through a vote on this bill. But it's all the other bills that have popped up in the last several days. We came into this building a couple of weeks ago, and if it wasn't friendly, fast, and free, it was dead. And I thought, okay, if we're going to hold ourselves to that, and if we're going to really focus the dollars where they need to go, that seems to be a good set of metrics against which to work. But it is my perspective now that a number of bills have been introduced in these last several days that are expensive. I had a bill, bipartisan bill I will say, $40,000, headed towards prevention of teen suicide. $40,000 was too much, and it went away. We have had any number of other bills, agenda bills I would argue, that have been driven through here with fiscal notes that are hundreds of thousands of dollars and multiple FTEs that are somehow working through, and they're costing us and taking money from the school finance formula, from our public education investment. And that is not the direction I believe we should be going, and that puts me in a spot where I say no to this bill, because no, it doesn't have the money in it it should have in it. Money is going elsewhere by virtue of the majority party politicians' judgments that I object to, and you've heard me strenuously object time and time again over the last several days. I believe that money that's going to agenda items should be going into the districts and the classrooms and the students of Colorado. So that is my first objection. My second objection to this bill is I've been rereading Odyssey, Odysseus and his journey to get home. In the prior story, the Iliad, he built a Trojan horse. They gave it as a gift and they snuck it into the city in order to attack the city later. Colleagues, there's a Trojan horse in this bill. And embedded and hidden in that Trojan horse, in sections 33 to 38 of this bill, is what some think will be a facile, an easy, a quickly accessible tax increase that can be foisted upon the people of Colorado without their knowledge, without their ability to object. And so I object to this bill on that second fundamental ground because it has something in it that I don't think is clear. It's an end run on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's language that would seek to make a future General Assembly have easy access to, by sleight of hand, increasing taxes in a way that I believe is in contradiction to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So that's my second objection to this bill. And to that objection, I have provided an amendment that I would like to discuss and debate. There is an amendment, I hope, at the desk.
There is indeed an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L022?
Amendment L022 to House Bill 1418 by Senator Lundin. Amendment goes bill page 20.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L022 to House Bill 2014-18.
Do the amendment.
Thank you very much. Simple amendment, just a few lines. It strikes out a number of pages in this bill. You will find them on page 28 through about 32, 34 of the bill. It's sections 33 through 38 of the bill. It simply takes the Trojan horse that is baked into this bill, that is provided in this bill, breaks it up into little parts, and burns it in the pile of rubble that it should be. It would take away that end run on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So I urge your support of this, because I think we should be working on the policy of funding schools today with the dollars we have across the broad budget of Colorado, and not embedding constitutional challenges and difficulties that will redound to our harm in the future. I urge your opposition to L022.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us.
Excuse me. Long day. Mr. Chair.
I thought you were asking for opposition.
Yeah, the binary, I got, it's a binary question, yes, no, and I got on the wrong side of my own, it was the mask. My eye teeth could not see what I was supposed to be saying.
Sir.
I urge your support, thank you, of Amendment L022. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lundin. Seeing Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good Senator from Monument. Took the words right out of my mouth. I would like you to oppose this amendment. Colleagues, I'll be brief. I have come to a different conclusion than my friend from Monument. I believe what we're doing in this section of the bill is not only necessary, but is long overdue. And I would ask you to think about the 2009 Mesa decision, and I'm going to read a short passage from the Supreme Court about that decision. And I think we really need to understand the local decisions that were made around debrucing. As we heard earlier in this discussion, all but just 4 districts in the state have debruced. They asked their voters, can we keep any additional incoming revenue? The voters said yes. It's exactly what Tabor required. The voters did it. They debruced. We need to respect that voice in each of those districts. 174 out of 178 debruced. And the Supreme Court said in the Mesa decision in 2009 that the waiver elections were effective immediately and gave the school districts, which are the relevant taxing authorities, the right to receive property tax revenue above the subsection 7C limit, the Tabor limit. However, this result was not implemented because of the manner in which the Colorado Department of Education administered the School Finance Act, under Commissioner Mahoney in this case, during the Owens administration. And rather than recognizing that all the limits had been waived immediately after each successful election occurred, the CDE continued to advise school districts to certify mill levies in accordance with the limit in Tabor. That's a mistake. That's a mistake that we are correcting with this School Finance Act. And if we accept the amendment that has been offered, we will not be correcting that mistake. The Supreme Court was clear. The voters of almost every school district in the state of Colorado have been clear. They debruced exactly the way that Tabor requires them to debruce, and we cannot ignore that. And believe me, there are days I would like to ignore Tabor around here. Many days I would like to ignore Tabor around here, but we can't. It's in our Constitution. The voters spoke. And until we send them a question to change it, that's what we have. And that's exactly what the Supreme Court said. When districts debruce, they mean it. We have to respect that. And this bill corrects a long-standing mistake. So important that we keep these sections in. Please vote no on this amendment.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I don't want to get into the legal arguments of this. I'm not an attorney, although for 4 years in the House Judiciary Committee, I did play an attorney on TV, or at least on radio most of the time, I think it was. So I won't get into the legal arguments back and forth. Simply let it be said that the case law, that the legal analysis at this point makes it pretty clear that it's unclear. This bill, as drafted, would by fiat say, this is the judgment. It is this way, what we've been doing is wrong. And I don't think that's correct. So I just want to be clear, and I'm just making the policy argument here, not the legal argument. But there is room for interpretation in the case law, and this bill as drafted would take that away and create the runway for an end run, a flight around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and that's why the amendment has been offered, to prevent that.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in fact, the Supreme Court did rule on this. So I don't have to be a lawyer to know how this plays out, because the Supreme Court clarified this very point. The Supreme Court said that CDE was wrong. They were wrong in continuing to force mill levies down to standard Tabor's limit after the districts have been debruced, because the local school district elections validly waived the property tax revenue limit, and furthermore, this is direct from their ruling, said that CDE's interpretation cannot supersede the General Assembly's legislation. What that means then is that the Supreme Court left it up to the General Assembly, us, to implement the ruling. And to date, we have not done that. We have not corrected the error. Supreme Court says CDE was wrong. General Assembly, correct the error, and we have not. In the School Finance Act, we are. We are finally getting around to correcting that error per the Supreme Court that left it to us to implement the ruling. So I urge a no vote in this amendment.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also urge a no vote on this amendment. This section definitely addresses the legal element, because the Supreme Court did, in fact, rule on this and indicated that these were unauthorized reductions. And our efforts now are in correcting this error that was made in the past, to bring the mill levies back into compliance with current law. This is imperative. The decision was made 11 years ago, and our school districts have been foregoing revenue that they could have had all this time, and it is time for us as a legislative body to take care of this issue. It is a simple fix, and it is no cost to the taxpayers. We need to do this in order to be in compliance, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And considering there seems to be some dispute in terms of the role of the judiciary at this point, I know my colleague from El Paso County had pledged to not
argue this further, but I'd like to hear some clarification from his perspective.
Second reading, come to the mic as often as you would like, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I want to be really clear. I had said, and I continue to say, I don't want to argue the legal matters here because they're not being argued properly. What has been referred to as the Supreme Court's words is a commentary. It's not part of the judicial opinion. In the Supreme Court opinion that was issued, they held that, in fact, we could freeze, or that it was appropriate to freeze mill levy tax rates. The other comments that question whether the calculation was made properly and so forth are commentary. They're not part of the legal holding. So just be aware, and the legal term for this is it's dicta. It's part of just the explanation of commentary, but do not misunderstand that the Supreme Court said that that's not at all accurate. So I just wanted to clean that up a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it's not in the holding?
It's not in the holding.
Seeing Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So semantics are important. So I heard that that's in the dicta, not in the holding. That's a pretty important distinction. I support this amendment in committee, and I support it now. I think this is an important discussion to be had, and almost in my mind should be in a separate bill. The whole notion of whether or not, and leaving aside the judiciary's role at all, we can say what the law is here. Should a taxing jurisdiction be allowed to just unilaterally lower the mill levy that had been passed previously? If they have done that, are they allowed to do a little two-step to go back to where they were unilaterally of their own choice? Should the state be allowed to force them to do that? Those are kind of complicated questions. Isn't it a Tabor issue if voters approve a certain mill levy and then the taxing jurisdiction decides to back off of that and wants to go back to that? Is that a new Tabor election, or is it just going back to what was already approved? I didn't know really the answer. That's kind of why, I wish this were a separate matter and we weren't so rushed, because it's, frankly, somewhat interesting, a little more complicated. I don't know if Trojan horse is the right word. It may be a little bit, it's hard for me to say if that's really accurate or not. What really happened here, of course, is that, and I don't know if this was mentioned, is that the county debruces, and ostensibly to be able to keep excess tax revenue associated with the mill levy elections they've already passed. And then, with the fact that the state's handing out dinero and can backfill, then counties make, little decisions of financial strategy to lower their own tax rates locally in order to get money from the state. Is that cool? I don't know. I don't think so. But I think this issue is a little more complicated than just having it, put in two sections of a very important budget bill here on day 3 and counting down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Zenzinger.
I think my colleague from Centennial, because he brings up some good points, and so I would just offer this, is that, well, why didn't we fix this, like back in 2007? Because this was discussed in a committee, and an amendment was never offered. But the reason why I think that it is appropriate to fix it in this case is because they didn't know how to do it without raising taxes. They couldn't figure out a way to do it. And so that's why this idea, the way that it is constructed in the School Finance Act that is being presented before you, is a good one, because we're not raising taxes. It's using credits. So in 2007, during the House Education Committee hearing, Representative Summers, I'm sure you remember him, Republican, specifically asked that since the school district voters said that they wanted to allow districts to keep the excess Tabor revenue, shouldn't the bill be amended to say that whatever the mill levy was when the district debruced is what the mill levy rate will be now? And Representative Palmer, Democrat, immediately said that he would support such an amendment if Representative Summers wanted to offer it. And the committee chuckled because they just didn't know how to fix it without impacting taxpayers. And that's why it is structured the way it is in this bill, because we found a way to do it through credits that does not raise taxes. So, how does that work? What happens to these credits in future years? Some of my colleagues may say, oh, but this is just a setup, right? This is just a setup to raise taxes into the future. No, because just as the legislature sets the district mill levies, the legislature will set the credits. So the goal of this bill is to correct a violation of our Colorado law. We are lawmakers, and if there is a law that is being violated, if the Supreme Court said that CDE was wrong, it is incumbent upon us to fix it. So the goal is to correct this violation that has already occurred. The temporary credits will leave future General Assemblies with flexibility as they evaluate how to best provide a thorough and uniform system of free public education. Now, the General Assembly could leave the credits in place for a long time or use the credits in future years to stabilize the local share for school finance. So, for example, if the district's local revenue declines in a recession, then the credits could be phased out over time in order to avoid cuts. This is really important. So who has the capacity? Who has the agency to address these credits? Well, it's the General Assembly. We do. We are the ones that will set the district credits just like the General Assembly sets the district mill levies. It's the same process. And it could leave these credits in place, as I said, or use them in future years to stabilize in order to phase out recessionary cuts. This is a way to correct an error. It's doing it in a way that doesn't raise taxes. It's doing it in a way that recognizes that there was a mistake. And it does it in a way that puts it in the hands of the General Assembly to fix it. And so I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish I had some handy Southern euphemism for like accounting nonsense, but I don't have one handy right now. There is no real credit, of course. I don't know if you guys ever bought something where you say, I bought it, and you're buying something for $39.99. And then you get the product and you get the bill of sale, and it says, sale price $49.99, less, as next line item, less $10, great customer discount, net sales price $39.99. That's what this is. I mean, the senator from Jeffco is true. In this bill, there's no actual net financial impact to anybody. And we're just creating this little scheme by which there's a new list price less this credit to the new net price. But that's the trick. It's interesting to me to hear, and this again why I'd like this amendment, so it could be talked about further. It sounds like the whole intention of this is to the state to swoop in and say, No discounts allowed. You have to use your new sales price. That does sound like it is really about raising tax revenue. Maybe that's the intention. I don't know, but and that's the intention. It does sound like the description my friend from El Paso County mentioned. I think it's just really complicated, and I'd like to see that as a different bill to discuss this in great detail. Thank you, Madam Chair from Jefferson County.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The people of Colorado voted to de-Bruce. People across this state, in every school district in Colorado besides 4, the people in that district said, I care about school funding. Stop cutting my taxes in accordance with Tabor and spend the money on the kids. Spend the money on our kids, because we're talking about local share. Every dollar from this stays in the district. Those communities voted, and they said, keep that money in our district. And because of a bureaucrat at the Department of Education, they lost that money. And all we're saying here in this bill is that we should fix that mistake, we should correct that bureaucratic overreach, and we should give the people of Colorado back the funds that they have said they want to spend on public education. Vote no on this amendment. Respect the voters of Colorado. Let them keep the money that they have voted to keep in their schools in their schools.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, to the previous speaker, I'm fine. You're right. We're talking about self-determination, and self-determination in these school districts is exactly what we should be after. But we're going back through this and saying, no, we're going to tell you how that needs to be recalculated. And perhaps if we were going to do that simply by adjusting the amount, which we have the power to do and the authority to do, by adjusting the amount directly we are going to do to provide as the state share, maybe that's an appropriate approach. But the approach we've taken here, colleagues, I think it's unconstitutional. Whether it's constitutional or not, it definitely flies in the face of what the previous speaker just spoke about in terms of local communities taking these votes. I'll just read one section of it here that just says, this is at the bottom of page 30 here. And this is for the 4 districts that have not de-Bruced. We can talk, it's the same kind of mindset for the other ones that have. It's just the clearest here. A district that has not obtained voter approval to retain and spend revenue in excess of the property tax revenue limitation imposed by Tabor shall levy the lesser of 27 mills or the number of mills the district levied in the preceding property tax year, or the number of mills that district may levy under the property tax revenue limitation imposed by the district by Tabor, and calculated in local growth for purposes of determining the property tax. Colleagues, this is bureaucratic speak for us telling them this is what you as a local district have to do. Now, I totally get, and I support, even if I disagree in some of these cases, what local districts have decided to do. It's not our job, it's not our task, and it's not the constitutional approach to tell these folks actually what they have to be charging. If we want to put it up to voter approval, if we want to make changes to that and allow them to update these elections and clarify it, totally fine, all of that. But going down this path and then proposing a set of tax credits to backfill this, colleagues, this is, I think it's unwise. I think it's unwise. I think it's inconsistent with our notion that these local districts get to determine their own future on this front. If we seriously thought they could determine their own future on this front, we would reduce the cap or get rid of the cap altogether. Mr. Chair, and to the sponsor of this bill, there are options to get rid of the 25% cap for the amount of the total program funding that local districts are allowed to apply. There are other great solutions to this that empower the idea of local control on these ideas. But for us to go back and say you have to do it this way, and for when you don't, we're going to issue tax credits and all, colleagues, I'm telling you, I think this creates many more problems than we actually think we're solving on this front. I'd be willing to work, you know, it's end of session, I realize that, but I wish we could have worked on a legitimate approach to adjusting the school finance funding, but tax credits and requiring them to levy mills and requiring them to collect a certain amount of money, a la last year, or compared to last year, is the complete wrong approach. I ask your support on this amendment.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So here's what the court said. This is a quote from the ruling. Quote, "The waiver elections were effective immediately and gave the school districts, which are the relevant taxing authorities, the right to receive property tax revenue above the subsection 7C limit. However, this result was not implemented because of the manner in which the CDE administered the School Finance Act. Rather than recognizing that all limits had been waived immediately after each successful election occurred, the CDE continued to advise school districts to certify mill levies in accordance with the property tax revenue limit of subsection 7C and to reduce their mill levies when the property tax revenues rose faster than the revenue limits permitted." That is a direct quote from the Supreme Court. CDE incorrectly told districts to lower them. So why? Why did the state require the districts to lower their mill levy after the election, after a successful election, after they went to the voters, asked permission from the voters, were granted permission from the voters? Why? Well, in 1994, the School Finance Act was interpreted as creating a new limit in statute, even though the statute simply referred to the Tabor limit. So when districts waived their Tabor limits, they were told to set their mill levies as if they were still subject to the Tabor cap. But in 2009, the Supreme Court ruled, and I just read you a section of their ruling, that this understanding from CDE was wrong. And it was wrong, and it had been wrong from the very start. The statutory limit simply referenced the constitutional limit. And this is really important, and this is why the Supreme Court ruled the way that they did. The Supreme Court said that it was improper to continue imposing the limit after the voters had waived the limit. So school districts went to their voters, they asked, they were granted permission, and we still made them lower their levels. It was incorrect. It was incorrect from the very beginning, and the Supreme Court left it to this body to implement the change to correct it. This is the body that has the power to do that. And so I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senator Todd.
Thank you, and I too urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L022. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before... Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Guys, I would like a little bit more discussion from the sponsor on how we're doing enrollment counts. Sorry about that. And bear with me a second, I apologize. My understanding was, I remember reading this, I thought it was page 37. Sorry, 39. We're saying, Mr. Chair, that for the 2021 budget year and distributing the school finance money, the per pupil, the department shall calculate the per pupil amount for a local education provider using student enrollment numbers calculated for the local education provider for the 2018-2019 budget year. Mr. Chair, I wonder if the sponsor would just be willing to help us understand why are we looking back now it's 2 extra years on that front in order to calculate that number.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the good senator from El Paso County. I'm not sure I have the exact answer, but I do believe that the answer to that is because that was the last year of regular attendance. This year, obviously, is inconsistent with knowing what the accurate count is. I'm thinking that perhaps if you'll give me a few minutes, I'll follow up with the drafter on it, that they can give me an exact answer. But quite honestly, I don't have the answer for you right now.
Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the sponsor for explaining that. I guess that makes sense, except for the fact that now we're looking back to 2018, 2019. I would expect if we're going to do that, we should look to 2019, 2020, because our October 1st count date was still normal for October 1st, 2019. So, Mr. Chair, may we have Senatorial 5, please, to talk with staff on that.
Senatorial 5. believe curiosity has been satisfied. Back to the discussion. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsor and to the staff for walking us through that. Maybe just for an explanation, I'll share real quick. For distributing the READ Act money, which is a significant portion, right? We redid that last year to the tune of $238 million over a few years. So a significant portion of money that gets allocated based on student counts that are identified throughout the year. This year, obviously, those student counts are abnormal, or we don't have them at all. So we are looking back to the last full year where we had those counts and just saying for the next school year, those are the numbers we're going to use to allocate that money. It does highlight kind of further ongoing challenges I think we have with the way we do student counts on October 1st and some throughout the year and all. Wish we could continue to improve how we allocate that money more in kind of a real-time basis where students are enrolled in the services they're using. But again, appreciate the few minutes we had to understand that more deeply. So thank you.
My pleasure. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start, my thanks and compliments to the bill's sponsor. We've worked together for years on education, not just on finance, but on the READ Act and teacher preparation and other really valuable things. So thank you for your service. So I want to talk about, I'm actually going to vote against the School Finance Act for the first time in years. I never have. 8 years ago, I told myself there was one thing I was not going to get involved in, and it was school finance. And now for 6 years, I've been trying to make a difference on school finance, and I'm still very frustrated about it. This is sort of my inequity speech. I make it as often as I can. Our school finance formula for distribution and the way we collect revenues is inequitable, unfair, and does not give equal opportunity. So we talked about, there are really three big issues. One of them is the mill levy that contributes to the formula. And that's what's been discussed here today so far. It's a solution to that, or an intended solution. My prediction is that school districts will see that as a deal where there are winners and there are losers. We talked about for the last couple of years just making that mill levy uniform across all districts. But the problem is there are winners and losers. There are 11 districts that are losers in my Senate district. So I could never actually get by. We tried to get there with that. So this is a different solution to that problem. There are school districts in this state, there's one that pays 2 mills into their school finance. And there are others that pay 27 mills. Is that fair to taxpayers? There's no logic to it. It just happened because of ratcheting down on those that we just heard about. So there's a great inequity to taxpayers. And the next big thing is mill levy overrides. There is no negative factor. It doesn't exist. I challenge you to take our total school budget, including the budget and the mill levy local overrides, add them up and divide by the number of pupils and tell me that we're 45th in the nation. We aren't. We're not 52nd either. So, but people keep saying that. So mill levy overrides, the ability, some of our districts actually 25% of their budget comes from mill levy overrides, 25%. That's the max. If you're a rich district, that is, you have a lot of asset value per pupil, you can pass these and 25% of your budget can come from mill levy overrides. The problem is rich districts do that and poor districts cannot. Pueblo 60, Mr. President, is at 27 mills with no overrides, one of our most troubled districts. We have others, we have Aspen who pays 5 mills. The state backs up the rest, and they have 25% overrides. We have a horribly inequitable funding system that's unfair to the students. And then we have a formula that hasn't been updated in 20 years. We've had a interim committee for 3 years whose major achievement is to sustain its existence. that came up with some recommendations that could not be turned into a bill request because why? Apparently because lobbyists for the big districts who can afford lobbyists don't want that because it might take a little bit away from the big districts to help these small, poor, rural, remote districts. So we can't get a bill to fix the distribution formula. So some folks would say, why should we correct the input side when the output side is unfair and inequitable and does not provide equal opportunity? It does not. Is that in accordance with our Constitution that we provide unequal opportunity for students because of where they live? Is it in accordance with what we think our Constitution says, that some people pay a lot more into their tax system for schools than others? So I'm just going to vote against this bill in protest until we fix some of those massive inequities in the basic system. We've debated so far fixing one of them, but we really haven't talked about those other two massive inequities.
Well said.
Senator Woodward. Thank you, Senator.
Things to handle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've had a chance to look at this bill a couple of times as it's made its way through Finance and Appropriations, it's becoming more clear to me that we're balancing our budget on the backs of our kids. One of the points that bothered me the worst is that we're balancing it on the backs of people like special ed students. The senator from Monument has mentioned that we have spent millions over the past few weeks on some of our pet projects. So I think it's important that we understand where some of that money is going. So instead of spending money on students, we have spent money on rural jumpstart zones, substance abuse, task forces, HIV prevention, mental health, procurement technical assistance program extensions. We spent, over the next 2 years, we're going to invest, I'll use that term loosely, $17 million, including surf transfer, to launch new Colorado public employee unions. The list goes on. I'm just touching on a few: water, wastewater facility operators, and not even on them specifically, it's their certification board, housing discrimination, state parks, they get $1 million, substance abuse disorder, fire prevention, school immunization, Colorado Secure Savings Program, protect air quality and sick leave. Those are just a few of the things, Colorado, that this legislature has decided is more important than teachers, more important than students. So, just to call out, so one of the things we could do as a legislature is go back and revisit some of those bills that we passed in the past. We could go back and we could undo some of that legislation, some of that money we spent before COVID hit, and some of the money we've spent over the last couple of weeks. So before I jump into some of those things that are perhaps unrelated, let's look specifically at this school finance bill. If you look at the re-engross bill, page 9, starting on line 27, we are making huge cuts to those kids and the high-cost special ed trust fund. We're sweeping $2.5 million away from these kids. I, for one, cannot stand by why we make that kind of sweep, and I'd ask you to think about showing me where your priorities are. And to fix that, I'd like to offer an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L021?
Amendment L021, House Bill 14.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very simple amendment. It restores $2.5 million to the High Cost Special Ed Trust Fund. And I therefore would like to move Amendment L021. I move.
Would
it.
you like to move it, or do you move it?
It is.
So moved. Senator Zenzinger.
I have a clarifying question because I'm just now reading this amendment. This takes money from the high cost account, or does it direct money to the high cost fund?
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To clarify the answer to the senator, currently there's $2.5 million that is being reduced in this bill. So this amendment simply restores that $2.5 million.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of Amendment 021. It does exactly that. It says that the special needs high-cost fund, so these are our most severely impacted special needs children. It says $2.5 million that would be cut out of that, we want to keep that in. On behalf of those students who have the most severe needs, I urge your support of Amendment 021.
Senator Zenzinger.
I am very sympathetic to this amendment because this is a passion of mine, but unfortunately it's directed in the wrong manner because the high cost fund doesn't actually reach a majority of the school districts. The fund that is there right now is so minimal that it essentially only reaches a small handful of districts that are in the suburban area. Very rarely does this money get into the hands of rural school districts, and it never gets into the hands of your larger districts because of the formula that uses the high cost fund. And then also, the high cost fund is actually outside of the school finance formula. So it's not actually a part of the formula. So I would say that my heart is with you in the intent of the amendment, but unfortunately the vehicle is just all wrong, so I would have to ask for a no vote.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in response to the battle that we have to allocate funds between different school districts, rural versus metro, the point of this is to put money ultimately in the hands of those special ed kids. So without getting into a fight about whose district the special ed kids are in, let's give this money back to those kids and let's not cut that program right now.
Senator Zenzinger.
Except that it doesn't. It's like I just spoken to the abyss and nobody listened. The high cost fund is not special ed funding. It's not actually part of the formula. It is not tier 1 funding. It is not tier 2 funding. It is not part of the formula. It is outside of the formula. It is a grant program. And I love the grant program. I wish there was more money in the grant program, but it actually operates outside of the formula. And it is not tier 1 funding, and it is not tier 2 funding. Last year, we actually made a significant difference by putting $22 million into tier B. That is a categorical. That is significant. That is important. But unfortunately, this doesn't do that. So I would have to ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Inside the formula, outside the formula, $2.5 million for special needs children.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L021. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. To the bill, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that I've heard for the last, I don't know, decade or more from teachers is how horrible the negative factor, the budget stabilization factor, the BS factor, how it's affected them and their districts. Teachers have hounded me since day one. Do your best to see what you can do for school funding and to put money in the hands of teachers and classrooms. We've run a number of bills that tried to accomplish that this year. This School Finance Act actually doubles the BS factor. It drives it to $1.18 billion. And again, I can't stand by while we double the BS factor in this building. So I'd like to introduce an amendment, please.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk, please read L023.
Amendment L023, House Bill 1418 by Senator Woodward, amending Green Gross Bill, please.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L023.
So moved. To the amendment.
This bill is very simple. This takes the budget stabilization factor back to the levels that we saw this past year in 2019-2020, when the budget stabilization factor was $572 million. House Bill 1418 tries to double the BS factor. This says that's not okay. This puts money, this takes the budget stabilization factor back to where it was last year.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So in my comments earlier, I said, and I said this publicly, broadly, when we came back, two constitutional imperatives: pass the budget, pass the School Finance Act. And the first filter on how we spend all of that money should be, is it about investing for the future of Colorado or consuming? The best investment, in my opinion, is in our children, is in our public education apparatus. The senator from Loveland ran through a litany of pet projects that amount to tens of millions, approaching hundreds of millions of dollars in pet projects that have been pushed through here as we've struggled to balance the budget. $17 million to create a public employee union to support, according to the information we're getting back from the economic reality in response to COVID, to support the workers of Colorado who are least impacted by the crisis in which we find ourselves. Less than 0.5% unemployment, whereas other sectors of our economy are running at 20, 25, 28% unemployment. $17 million going to create a public employee union instead of to the school children of Colorado. This amendment simply says, and it uses this arcane language we use around here, the budget stabilization factor. What it means in real terms is there's a 5% cut going to base funding of students in Colorado this year over last year. This amendment would say, no, we want to hold that even. Now, it's not easy to do it, but if we're going to put our money where our mouth is, this should be the place we're putting our money. I urge your support of Amendment L023 on behalf of, let's just hold it even. We're not even moving forward. We're just doing the work to hold it even. And it's several $100s a student is what we're talking about. That's meaningful to the students and the people who provide public education services in Colorado.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support and ask for an aye vote for L023. I was elected in 2010, went through orientation as new members-elect do, and when I learned about the negative factor, now we call it the budget stabilization factor figure, the BS figure, My immediate response was, that can't possibly be constitutional, can it? And it was explained to me, yes, the gymnastics that were used to make this IOU exist. And it has existed my entire time as elected member of the General Assembly. As a member of the majority, I have said, pay down the negative factor, pay down the budget stabilization factor. And that was, again, as a member of the majority, both in the House and the Senate. I served on House Ed for 4 years, Senate Ed for 2. In the majority, I've called for us to pay off the IOU that we owe to 178 school districts. And as a member of the minority, I have said the same thing. In 2019, our caucus called to pay off half of the negative factor. That didn't happen. This amendment is the right thing to do. We owe those 178 school districts that money. How many decades will go by? 10 have. 1 decade has gone by. Will this still exist when 2 decades have gone by? We're not paying them interest on this. I rise in support for the good senator from Loveland's amendment. He makes a very good point. Let's vote for L023 and live up to the commitment that we have to those 178 school districts. They are our highest priority in our budget. I remember a few years ago meeting with some students at a luncheon, and I mentioned it varies year to year, but about 40 cents on a dollar, maybe it's 37 cents on a dollar, of that general fund we put to the #1 priority, K through 12 public education. And one of the adults sitting at the table said, no, it's not 40 cents on a dollar, it's 4 cents on a dollar. It's not 37 cents on a dollar, it's 3.7. No, it isn't. But with our obligation to those locally elected school boards in those local school districts, 178 of them, we have debates here at the Capitol, we have protests, we have teachers come, and the media will get the helicopters up in the sky and they'll start talking about raising teacher salary. We don't set teacher salaries here. In Colorado, the legislature doesn't do that. But what we must do is send money to those districts. And those school boards decide how much teachers are paid in those districts. We didn't tell them how to cut when the budget stabilization factor was invented before I got here, and we should not have tell them how to spend their money now. But we darn sure ought to give them the money that we've owed them for over 10 years. We're not doing that. Now we're going to increase the IOU. I remember a movie that my boys like to watch, and I laugh at it too, but there's a line in it, suitcase falls open and a bunch of IOUs fall out, and the guy says, oh, those are just as good as money. Those are IOUs. Well, when it comes to the General Assembly, that's not true. We need to pay off the budget stabilization factor, the BS factor, the negative factor, and this is a way that we can take a small step in the right direction to do that. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Todd.
Thank you. So I agree. I think we should be buying down the BS factor every chance we get. I agree that this should be our top priority. I also agree that we have a process, and that process has been the JBC has been meeting since November. And then we had a forecast, and then we had another forecast, and they met again. And they went through with a fine-tooth comb and scrutinized and scrutinized and scrutinized. And for education, their top priority was to keep everything away from the BS factor, to not let it mount, not let it grow, but to keep it at a hold or to decrease. That has been the goal that we've all looked at and tried to move forward to. So is this a good idea? Yes, it's a good idea, but it's a little too late right now because the budget has to balance. We in Colorado, we're not like Washington where they just keep spending money. We balance a budget. And the balanced budget is a matter of looking at what works. And you start moving puzzle pieces 2 days before we're ready to finish the session. And it will fall apart. So in terms of looking at what our priorities are, I cannot agree more that our top priority should be public education. I've stood strong on that for 16 years and the 25 years before that as a teacher. I will always stand strong on that. That is the greatest investment we can make because our children are our future. And we do need to make that investment. So I appreciate the good senator, and he and I've had many good conversations on finance of how do we best balance a budget? How do we best make those decisions? That collaboration of working together, making a decision what we move forward is extremely important. Sometimes it works well, and sometimes it doesn't. And it doesn't matter who's in the majority, it flips one way or another. We've all been there. But I would urge a no vote on this amendment. Again, my heart says yes. Hey, let's go for it. My head says, I'm not ready to say to our JBC, hey, y'all go back and start all over again. I'm not willing to do that. So again, I appreciate the spirit in which the amendment is brought, but again, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I heard right, parents, students, teachers, hey, it's too late. It's too late in the process for you to get the money that you're due. Now, granted, we've only shown up here for 80 days out of the 120 that we're supposed to be here. We've got another 40 days that we could spend right here, and we could have some of those tough arguments. But instead, you know what? We're going to balance our budget on the back of kids. The choice is clear. It's time to put your money where your mouth is. This bill shows that our kids, our teachers, our schools are not the priority. Pass this amendment. Let's not balance the budget on the back of our kids.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, colleagues, I obviously rise in opposition to the amendment because this amendment, quite simply, blows up our budget. The Joint Budget Committee has presented a balanced budget, and this is an easy way of completely negating all of that work. I find it, frankly, shocking that, one of the main tenets of the minority party being fiscal responsibility, and this amendment is being run by a member of the minority party. What happened to a balanced budget? What happened to making difficult decisions? Vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1418. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill passes. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Question before us is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We shall rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Where is the senator from Arapahoe County? Or the senator from Senate District 26? Senator Bridges.
My apologies, Mr. President. I'm better when I'm up there. Mr. President, the committee has met and discussed a bill. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee whole begs lead report is that in consideration of the following attached bills being second reading thereof makes the following recommendations are on. House Bill 1418 as amended passed second read will revise place account for third reading and final passage.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 001?
Committee of the whole amendment 001 to Senate Bill or House Bill 1418.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you. I move Amendment W001 to Senate Bill or House Bill 1418.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it's ironic that this amendment simply says that there was an error in the chair's ruling around an issue where there is language in this proposed bill that says there is an error in what we've been doing for years and years and years. The reality is, I think we've been doing it right, and this amendment simply says, thank you, Madam Whip. This amendment simply says that we want to strike that language out, that we do not want to, in a bald-faced way before the people of Colorado, say, you know, that taxpayer Bill of Rights that you like so much, we found a way to end run it. We've got a Trojan horse buried deep inside this bill that we are going to open up at some point in the future and raise your taxes, and you can't do anything about it. This amendment says, not so fast. It takes that language out, it protects the taxpayer's Bill of Rights, and it protects the taxpayers and keeps the conversation honest. So I urge your support of Cal Amendment 001. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Danielson, Williams, Lee, Janal, Todd, Rodriguez, Winter, Fields, Story, Donovan, Bridges, Pedersen, Moreno, Senzinger, Todd, Foote. Hanson. Gonzalez, the majority leader. Please add the president. With 15 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent and 1 excused. Amendment 001 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 002?
The whole amendment 002 to House.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Woodward-Cow Amendment 002 so that we can restore $2.5 million to high-cost special ed trust fund.
Is there further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make it clear that this transfer takes money away from schools. It increases the negative factor. So this is just money that goes away from schools. And it goes into a fund that can't be used. Only the interest from that fund can be used. We are in a horrific budget situation. Kids in this state need that money now. They don't need the interest they might get from that money years from now. Vote no on this amendment.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Williams, Danielson, Lee, Gonzalez, Foote, Hanson, Janal, Bridges, Moreno, Pedersen, Story, Fields, Winter, Rodriguez, Todd, Donovan, Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 16 ayes, 18 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Amendment 002 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment 003.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 003 to Senate Bill 1418. Senator Woodward moved from the
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Woodward-Cow Amendment 003.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you recall, we had a deep conversation about budget stabilization factor. It's an important thing when we talk to our students and our teachers, our school districts back home. Again, the choice is clear. A yes vote on this shows that we want to prioritize schools, kids, teachers, parents, above a bunch of the other crap that we do here at the Capitol.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment. $17 million in new funding for a new program to create a public employee union is a down payment, a small down payment, against the hundreds of millions of dollars that would be needed. But the money's there, and the time is short. But we've got until the end of June. We've got another 20 days if we choose to take that time and put our money where our mouth is and figure out how to, in fact, make the students of Colorado our top priority. Prior, one. We have the opportunity to do that. We have the time to do that. And for me, it's so simple. The down payment, $17 million, new program, new thing, a public employee union for those who are least in need of advocacy in this moment. And you know, hundreds of millions of dollars in reserve. Do we dip into that further? I don't know. But it's not like we have to do this in this minute. We've got until the end of June to do this. And it's an opportunity for us to say, the students of Colorado are our primary concern, our primary place in which we see a need for investment. I urge your support of the Woodward Amendment 003, I believe it is. Is that correct? The amendment before us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, I wish I lived in a world where numbers don't matter and a balanced budget doesn't matter, but that is not the world we live in. Couple of corrections. It wasn't 17 million, it was 7. So we've identified 7 million where we could spend elsewhere. Where's the rest? Where's the 593 million that you would need to actually accomplish this amendment?
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Amendment 003 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Foote, Williams, Danielson, Lee, Gonzalez, Pedersen, Zenzinger, Donovan, Winter, Story, Janal, Hanson, Rodriguez, Fields, Todd, the Majority Leader, Bridges, Moreno. Please add the President. With 15 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Amendment 003 is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senator Priola. Senator Hill. With 32 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is passed. House Bill 14ATN is amended, passed on second reading, in order and revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 224 by Senator Gonzalez, concerning a prohibition on landlord engaging in certain activities related to a tenant's citizenship status.
State Veterans and Military Affairs. Signing of bills.
The President has signed Senate Bill 26, 102, 126, and 155.
Announcements. Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to ask for a moment of personal privilege, please.
Granted.
Thank you. And folks, I want you to know that whether you agree or disagree with the School Finance Act and the bill, it would not happen without the dedicated and amazing, amazing work of Julie Pellegrin and Rita Darling. Oh, did they leave? No, don't leave yet. And the last minute amendments, the being able to shuffle and work both with the House and with the Senate and to make it work. I would like to ask if you would please stand and join me in saying thank you to these two amazing leaders.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, one more. I'll continue on with Senator from Aurora's accolades, also to Craig Harper on JBC staff. Thank you.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. State Affairs, guess what? We are meeting upon adjournment up in 357 to discuss the bill that was just introduced, so be there or be square.
Are we coming back to the floor after that?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will be coming back to the floor after the State Affairs Committee meets, and I imagine it will be a very quick meeting, and then we will hopefully discuss this bill very quickly as well, and then we will be done. Mr. President, for now, I move the Senate recess until 8:05 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess until 20:05 tonight.